fire glows low, yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme, stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Good morning, friends. I hope everybody is having a beautiful Tuesday. Let me get myself organized here. There we go. Oh, my hair's doing some weird things today. There we go. I hope you're having a great day. It is 11:03 in Southern Ontario on the North Shore of Lake Ontario. And it is a beautiful sunny day. The sky is blue, the sun is shining, the leaves are blowing in the breeze, and I'm inside. I don't know why. I'm exhausted. It's been a busy summer, a lot of stuff going on. We were away for a few days again up in the Ottawa area so that my son could compete. His band is once again North American champions. So yay, there were 17 bands that competed in their division and they won the whole thing. So yay, they did it last year as well. And they're on track to win the whole season as well. So there's the North American champions and then there's like points for the whole season. So it's very likely that they will be champion supreme in Ontario in their grade as well, which is super exciting. But it's just a lot. I've kind of reached that point in the year where I'm just like, I want my life back. I want to do my stuff. I'm away every weekend. I don't get to hang out with my friends and stuff like that. So it's just getting to be a lot. So I'm at that point where I'm looking forward to the next phase. And I think the 23rd of August is our last day away. And that's it. And then we're back. And then university will start. I think there's stuff going on the 8th and the 9th. So a couple weeks off and then back to reality, back to real life, which I'm totally happy about. And I'm already like thinking about autumn and my autumn plans and decorating and, all that kind of stuff. So I've definitely kind of mentally shifted out of summer and into that like pre-autumn. What did they call it? October. That's where I'm at. I'm like, I could do both. I could have a pumpkin spice latte, maybe an iced pumpkin spice latte for the win. So yeah, so that's how that went. My son did not have the greatest solo day up at this weekend's competitions. He did get 4th for one of his solos, but his other one he didn't place at all, which it kind of shattered him, because that was the first time he's not placed with that tune. And, so it was a judge he's never played for. He made some decisions that perhaps weren't the smartest decisions, and it cost him. And now he's still third in the province, but he's behind by 8 points instead of 2 points. So he's got some work to do if he's going to try to win this championship for the whole season. So that's where we're at. That's my whole life wrapped up right there. And because like I said, I don't really have much of a life of my own at this time, simply because I'm just on the road all the time and dealing with this stuff. So once I come back, once we're sort of all this is done, there will be lots more live events. I'm going to do some evening, like, let's just read, let's just craft, like whatever. We're just going to chillax and not have a formatted kind of program. And Lola and I were talking about a little knit-a-thon, where we're going to spend the whole day knitting a pot holder, I think it is. And whoever gets it done first gets bragging rights. So that'll be Lola. I can assure you of that. It'll be Lola. It will be Lola. So I just dropped my pen. There we go. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on. I've been knitting the shawl that I want to have for the Highland Ball. I haven't decided what colored dress. I have a navy blue dress, but I also have a burgundy dress. So I haven't decided what, but this is the shawl. And it's, let me see here. It's got like silver thread in it. So it's kind of sparkly, and it's an ombre, and it's got 2 parts to it. So there's just like the regular, you just knit each row. And then this one is the lattice. So you follow the pattern, and you can see it actually makes holes, but they're not drop stitches. They're eyelet holes to make the lattice part. So that's what I've been working on. I'm about a third of the way through it, I believe. So I'll have it done definitely by the end of September. And I see Anne is here. Red Pill, Kelsey, hello, welcome. We'll visit the chat in just a moment. So yeah, that is the pattern is by the knitting company, or like the pattern designer. Her brand is called Industrial Whimsy, and it's the lattice shawl. So if you're interested in that, let me know. We'll get you the link for it. Absolutely. And it is a very beginner friendly pattern. There's nothing complicated. It looks complicated. That's the beauty of knitting, is it looks complicated, but it's not. This is just knits and purls. There's nothing too crazy going on, but it's just the combination of them makes the neat pattern. So that's what we have going on there. The little girl that I made the little doll for, it's her birthday on Sunday. So she gets this on Saturday when I see her. And so I just need to get it. Remember the little doll that I had made? So I just, it's all finished. I will let her decide if she wants a face. And then what I need to do actually first is film and photograph the doll. And I think I'm going to do a knit along maybe in autumn, because these little dolls knit up so fast. They're very beginner friendly. They're very easy to make. And the pattern, you can find the pattern everywhere. And they're lovely little Christmas gifts. So you could make one of I bet there's people who could make one of these in a day, in an afternoon. It would take me a few days to make this. So sort of what I did was I did like one part on one day, another part another day, one leg, one arm. So it, I let it take me a week. But absolutely, if you want that. And then I'll do a knit along tutorial to show how to do it. Because if you've never sort of taken stitches and put them on waste yarn and things like that, you might be a little intimidated, but I'll show how to do all of that. The same way I did the strawberry purse, and I did a full tutorial knit along for that to show you how to do each part of it. So I might do that because they would make wonderful, like imagine if you did that in reds and greens and whites and made little elves, and you could do snowmen and Santa Claus and all kinds of things. So absolutely, that would be a great little Christmas project for all the little kids in your life. If you're, if you've got neighbors with kids, or, if you have a little daycare or something like that, there's always kids around and they love these things. Like it's amazing how much how excited they get when they see a little toy coming off the needles when I'm sitting in a crowd of kids. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. All right, let's have a little visit to the chat. Anne is here. Good morning. Anne saying, I'm not feeling well because I'm in unbelievable pain. I'm just going to try and read. Oh no, is it your hand again? Or is it your hand still? Because I know this is, for as long as I've known you, your hand has really been quite an uncomfortable thing for you. And Red Pill is here saying, hi, good morning. Kelsey Bops, hello. And Kelsey's saying, I've had so many life things going on lately. Aw, well, I hope there's a mix in there. I hope it's not all struggles. I hope that there's some good life stuff going on there. And she's using sprints to slow down and fill her own cup today. Good for you. Good for you. So we will be here until 5 p.m. Eastern time. So just another 6 hours, basically, we'll be here. And I'm excited that you're here too. So yay. Yay. And Red Pill saying it's a beautiful day in Montreal. Nice, nice. And Kelsey's saying the shawl is looking lovely. It's a beautiful blue. Thank you. It's, I don't have the yarn here. I'll grab the yarn on the sprint to show you. I actually ordered it from Mary Maxim. And it's called Melancholy Blues. And it's just as soon as I saw it, I was like, that's the yarn. That's what we need. It's not the yarn necessarily that is meant to be used for this shawl, but it's the yarn I'm using. So that's what we're doing. And Susan saying the shawl is beautiful. Good morning, all. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's going to look great. It's not blocked. So once it's blocked, it will actually look a lot better. And I'll do that. I still have to block all these scarves that I've done. Oops, as I like drag it across the microphone. But you can see how it's like the edges are not quite right. That's if you're like a newer knitter and you can't figure out why your knitting doesn't look right, even though you've done everything right, it's just that your knitting needs to be blocked. And there's videos on how to do that. You soak your knitting with a tiny little bit of soap, rinse it all out, wring it out, get as much water as you can, and then you pin it to a board in the shape that you want, and then it will dry in that shape. I sometimes spray a little spritz of water on it, and then you can even do like a tiny little light iron. Like I have one of those little Cricut irons that you can just do a tiny light iron just to set it, and then I leave it for a couple of days. And then when I take it off, it will be the shape it's meant to be. So there we go. That's how you block. But there's loads of videos on how to do it. Like if you're not sure, just YouTube has lots of videos on it. And Susan saying, reading Murder in a Yorkshire Village by Helen Dixon. We'll pull that up to chat about later. There we are. And Red Pill saying, going for a bike ride on the outside trails today. Very nice. Enjoying outside. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be outside later on. Anne saying it's my hands, one knee, and a foot. Oh my gosh. It's spreading, Anne. It's coming for all of you. I had to walk to the hospital this morning and it re-irritated my knee from Sunday. Oh, that's poopy. I get that. I get it. I got busted up knees too. And this past weekend, my knees were not happy. So I totally get it. And it's hard because when you're trying to walk around, you got things to do and you're in pain. It's like, ugh, it's not fun at all. And the little bot has woken up and is saying, don't lurk in the bushes, say hello. We don't bite. We don't bite hard. Lola will be here later on. I believe she sent me a message letting me know that she's got some appointments today. So she's going to miss the first part and the end. So she'll be here during the middle. So that's that's where we are at with Lola. In case you're wondering where she is, she'll be here soon. Sometimes I just have to send her a little text and say, get to work. but she's just got some appointments today, and that's all. So speaking of reading, this is what I am reading currently, which is Small Town Big Magic. So far I'm like, all right. I don't like the character is she's a muggle, and she's got all these magical friends, but she looks down her nose at her magical friends. She poo-poos all their magic, and she owns a bookstore, and she got rid of all the metaphysical books and all the magical books and stuff. And it's like, why? Like, why would you, alienate a customer base? And so I'm not loving that. And then also too, like, snarky comments about men that, like, it's he doesn't just have an ego, he has a male ego. And it's like, well, just call it an ego, because I know lots of women with big egos too. So I'm kind of like, we'll see where this goes. And but so far I'm not loving it. I did finish The House Across the Lake last week. Those the last 50 to 100 pages kind of I guess made the whole rest of it worth it. It was a slog. It was hard to get through, and I don't know why. It's a thriller. It should have been pulling me along the whole way. It just didn't have me in its grip. And everybody kept saying, "Oh my God, it's so crazy, it's so unhinged." But like that's at the sort of the last 100 pages. That's where it gets unhinged, and that's where it was like, "Oh, okay, now I see what everyone's talking about." But I'd give it like a 3.75, maybe 3.5, 3.75. It was a good story. It just didn't pull me along the way like other books. When you can't put a book down, I could put this one down, and it was work to read it. So that's where we were at. And then we've got, oh, hold on. Anne's talking. I was just in the emergency room most of Sunday night. I've got 2 cortisone shots and a lecture about staying off my feet. I bit my tongue and just sobbed. Oh, well, that's poopy. We need to get you like a personal assistant or something so that you can still get all the stuff done, but you don't have to do it yourself. You could just be tended to and put your feet up and read and hug your cat. And then somebody else can do all the things that you feel you need to do. Because I gotta, like I said, like we still got to get stuff done, and sometimes we have to do it in a lot of pain. But that's poopy. I'm sorry you're feeling that way. I hope it feels better soon. Gotta get you some pot. I'll take care of things. It'll dull all the pain sensors. Is kind of what will happen there. And then even though it won't solve the problem, but it will just numb the pain for a while. And it's not going to be so extreme. But yeah, we'll find your local pot dealer for you. Yeah, see, in Canada, I just go to the res. Not a big deal. It's on every corner. So I know in America, you've got different rules about those things. So yeah. All right, that is we're coming up on 11:20. Why don't we hop into our first sprint? I'm going to go get myself an Alani and maybe something to eat. And I've got a whole bunch of interwebby things to do that, all the things, all the little interwebby things. So I'm going to work on that stuff, get an Alani, have something to eat. And if I get up my little list done, then I'm going to work on the shawl. So let me know what you're going to work on for the sprint. I'll pop on some music for us. And we'll go till 12:30. There we go. Here we go. And we'll pop this up on the screen there. And I'll get us some nice music. And we will get the things done. And there we go. What do we want? Do we want train? Do we want crickets at night? Do we want the beachy music we had before? Well, I don't know. Want some Outlander music? Some Akatar music? let me know. Maybe we'll do Summer by the Pool, lo-fi jazz mix. There we go. And Anne is saying, I went to get blood work this morning and I couldn't eat first with my borderline diabetes. I felt like I was going to pass out. No sympathy there either. Oh, yeah. That's it's fortunate that you got an appointment first thing in the morning, because I've had it where it's in the afternoon and I'm just like, are you kidding me? You know, that I can't eat all day. And but at least you can eat now. You're good now. Have a snack, cuddle your cat, maybe read your book. Got some nice vibes going here. If it's too high, we'll just turn it down a little bit. Okay, everybody. All right, how did we do? There we go. I got something to eat, so I'm feeling much better now. Got an Alani, so things are working better. And I did get a couple rows in on my scarf. I thought I'm just going to use the last 10. Sorry, just dropped my yarn. This is all I have of the first ball of yarn. I thought I'd use the last 10 minutes to get a couple rows in before starting any new projects, because I still have more interwebby stuff to do. So this is the yarn Bag O' Day Shimmering Hues Premium Anti-Pill Acrylic, and it is 280 yards. And it's, like I said, it's got this sparkly, you can see it's got the silver thread through it. So that's what this, and Bag O' Day is she has a YouTube channel, doesn't she? Because when I first started this channel, yeah, I just looked there. She's got 1.6 million subscribers. Holy heckin'. Wow. Good for her. That's interesting. I didn't even make the connection until this moment. That Bag O' Day is the YouTuber that when I first started my channel, I came across her channel. And I don't tend to engage a lot with really big channels, simply because what many do, and I've seen it across all different communities, topics, everything, is that you kind of reach a point where you can no longer keep up with the comments, so you don't respond to anyone, or you just respond to your friends or something. And, that's a choice. But I always think if you get to the point where your channel's so big that you can't respond to people, you need to hire someone to, at the very least, go through the comments and respond to the ones that simply need a thanks for watching, or, oh, that's so sweet, thank you so much kind of response. Because it can really very, very quickly become a situation where your audience doesn't actually feel seen. And I get that, like, we're the hosts are meant to be seen, but the audience needs to be seen too, because without all of you, there's no channel, right? So that's so I did watch her channel a couple times. Didn't really, I don't think I commented or anything. And I also don't crochet. So there was, it was just interesting to hear her experience, with different yarns and things like that. But in terms of actually, like, kind of being in her community, I was like, I think it's full. I think it's full. Sorry, we'll go back to Anne. So Anne was saying that she went to get blood work done, but couldn't eat first, and felt like she was going to pass out and got no sympathy. No, they don't. If they had sympathy for everybody who was feeling uncomfortable, then they'd get nothing else done. So, but fortunately, as I said, you got your blood work done this morning, first thing, so you got the rest of the day to eat. And Anne's saying you would have thought they would have people feel like I did before. Yeah, they do. All day, every day. And if they took the time to comfort every single person, they'd be like, we're not getting anything done. So yeah, they do. They know what's what. They know what's going on. Kelsey was helping me out there, saying that the music's at the right volume. Thank you. And Lola popped in just to say hi, but can't stay. Okay, no worries. Lola will be back later. All good. And Alicia jumped in, saying just joining, about to get some lunch, work on the library, putting up some of the fairy doors, and making a list of errand things for tomorrow. Woo. Oh, we're at the fairy door stage. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. But you and Kelly went late. It was like around 11:30 that I looked, and you were still live, and I was like, okay, you're going to be wrapping up soon. And then it was after 12, I checked again, and I was like, they're still going. You must have had lots to chat about today, which is fun. Kelly, oh, here's Kelly here. Happy time zone, eating lunch of chili, sausage, and crackers. We're down to pantry foods until payday. Oh, I get that. I get that because we go to Costco and it's like 45 minutes away. So we go once a week. And if something runs out before Tuesday, we just have to eat something else. So I get that. I get that. Oh, there's Ren. Hello. And Ren is listening to Written on Ice. That's right. Written on Ice. Because we were having I was getting ready, but I could hear Kelly talking about the name, the author's name, and Alicia was looking her up. I'm assuming it's a her. And saying forgot to turn the volume back up. And is saying there were no other patients. Well, there were no other patients at that moment, but that doesn't mean there were no other patients for the rest of the day, the week, the month, the year. Like, right? Like when you got there, maybe you were just the first one that day. And, but they could have a full day of other patients after you. So, yeah. I mean, I know like when I worked in funeral service, my capacity for sympathy could only stretch so far before I was sacrificing myself to families, right? So you kind of actually have to keep that gap between yourself and other people, or else you get sucked in and consumed by it. And it's the same thing with medical professionals. Like, you know, I don't need a bedside manner. I need someone who knows what they're doing. You know, I don't care if the nurse doesn't care that I'm hungry. I care that she knows how to work a needle properly. That's where I'm at with medical people. Alicia's saying we're all done the building stage. All the bookcases are built and painted. Yay! Yay! Did you finish that last night? Did you finish them last night? Because I don't know what was in the air last night, but a lot of husbands were picking fights. I don't know. They were not, they were treading very, very dangerously last night. I don't know what was in the air. Was it the moon phase? I'm not sure. Ren is saying, yeah, the author is a her. She's an indie author. I'm assuming she doesn't really like being the center of attention, which is understandable. She has a post of herself on her Insta, but the rest is books. Yeah. I get that. And we don't even know if that picture is actually her. Right? It could just be an AI picture of her. Don't know. I think that would be kind of a neat concept to create an author character who writes books, and you know what I mean? But you never meet the author because the author is a character. It's not an actual real person. Obviously, there's a real person behind the whole thing, but that'd be kind of a neat concept. But I've pulled her book up, so we'll have a little chit chat about it. And the artwork for her books. Oh, so her Instagram is her books and the artwork for her book. Interesting. Alicia's saying, LOL, I did. I rage painted, but it's done. Sometimes a good rager is what it takes. I don't know, but we had it at our house too, right? That's how I knew you were rage painting. Because I'm like, what was going on last night that all the men started being idiots? Like, why are we doing this? What is going on? So yeah. Yeah, good times. Good times. All right, Ren's book. There we go. It has so the author is Smardline or Smartline. I don't know. S. That's it. I love the mystery. And this book, Written on Ice, is book 1 of the Ice and Shadows series. So I'm assuming there's more coming. And it has a 3.88 rating on Goodreads. Do you believe every elite university has skeletons buried in its history? What if those secrets were carved into the ice beneath your feet? What if someone chose you to expose them? Welcome to Valserre University, where secrets, mystery, and legacy blur under frozen glass. Luna Del Sol isn't a legacy at Valserre University. She's an outsider, fighting for her shot at the Olympics. No mistakes, no distractions, until she meets him. Oh, it's always a him, isn't it? There's always a boy distracting everybody from all the things they're supposed to do. Zayden Aldenhurst, broody, untouchable, The arrogant hockey captain who calls her an ice princess, like she hasn't fought for every second on the ice. She hates him for it. But no matter how hard she tries to stay away, the tension between them is undeniable. The closer they get to each other, the deeper they're pulled into Valser's darkest secrets. A hidden rink, a deadly competition, and a dead student no one talks about until the school will do anything. Oh my goodness. A dead student no one talks about, one the school will do anything to keep buried. They're getting close to the truth, and if they're not careful, one of them might be next. Fun. So it's a romance, sports romance, dark academia, enemies to lovers, dark romance. Well, that sounds kind of fun and interesting. So the name Zayden is interesting because I met a boy at the weekend. We were in a campground, and Smardleen. Thank you, Ren. There we go. And it was we're in a campground, tons of kids, like 18, 19, 20 years old. And we met a boy named Caden. And I said, oh, you were born the year that everyone named their kids Aiden, Braden, Caden, Jaden, Hayden, Zayden. And he said, yes. How did you know? And I'm like, because I purposely named my son none of those names. And he said, yeah, like in my class, there were 3 of Aidens, 3 Bradens, 3 Cadens, 3 Haydens. And I was like, yeah, my son's class too. Cause this boy was 1 year older than my son. So I knew the baby names in 2007 and 2008. Absolutely. And saying a kind word never hurts. Once again, at my age, I see things a lot differently. Yeah. Not everybody's a people person. Not everybody, can you imagine that you're the 4,000th person this week that has said the same thing? After a while, you're going to be like, yeah, we get it. Everyone's hungry, right? Like it's hard to kind of maintain that, which is why they have volunteers a lot of times, like in the hospitals, in these departments, they'll have a volunteer doing like just a 3 or 4 hour shift in those departments, who's the person with the tea and sympathy, so that the staff can just do their job, but the hand holding the volunteer will take care of. Because I used to do that when I was young, be in the hospital, and I'd move from department to department, depending on where they needed somebody to just be like a human being that other people can talk to about how they're feeling, as opposed to the actual medical procedure part. So yeah, there's that. Ren is saying Smardleen is how you say this author's name. Yeah, I guess that's how it is. Smardleen. I just looked at her name spelled out again. I'm like, yeah. Book 2 comes out in October. Oh, that'll be fun. I wonder if it'll be like a Halloween-y kind of themed book. And so I'm assuming that the mystery is not going to be solved in this first book, or there's going to be a mystery in each one. Like kind of like Flavia Deluce, Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie, I believe, is the first book. And so as much as it's the same characters for all of the books, there is a little bit of crossover, but for the most part, they're standalone. And then, but it's a new mystery for each book that's written, which is kind of nice. Ren is saying, here all that you can eat before. Okay. I just my brain just like shut down there for a second. Here, all the you can eat before blood work has to be done by 10 a.m. Yeah, I got the 10 a.m. part. So it's like 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. for that kind of blood work. And then everything else under the sun is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yes, they do. If they know if people have been fasting, they put the people who've been fasting first thing in the morning and get it out of the way. So it's I got it. Okay, I'm with you, Ren. I'm with you. Here, all the you can't eat before blood work has to be done. So yeah, if you can't eat, then your blood work will be done by 10 a.m. so that you can get something to eat. Because most people can make it to 10 a.m. before they're going to fall down. But got it. We got there. We got there. So like, between the typos and my brain not fully functioning right now because I'm so tired, I'm like, I'm pretty good at figuring out what people are trying to say. And I've got my Alani here to try to get my brain working again. All right, that's 12:46 for me. Why don't we do another sprint? Let me know what you're going to do. Are you going to read? Are you going to craft? Are you going to work? Are you going to be doing the interwebby stuff? We'll get a new banner. So why don't we go till 2 p.m.? So an hour and 14 minutes. There we go. And we'll get a good chunk of productivity in. And oh, and you're not a dumbass. Yeah, I mean, if people aren't even saying hello or good morning or anything like that, that's a little moody, to say the least. Even on my worst day at work, I'd still be like, morning. even if it's not a good one, I'll still say morning, so yeah. Alicia saying, I made slips of paper for my books for my August TBR to help choose my reading order. Nice. And now for lunch. Perfect. That's a good place to end our chitty chat. And I'm going to keep doing my interwebby stuffs, keep working on my shawl, and see what else I can accomplish. And Ren, to not even say good morning, that's really rude. Like, to not greet people. We can at least say hi to people. We don't have to be like, oh, you poor thing, but we can at least say hi. But yeah, I don't know. I just always assumed that we've had a lot people just having to put boundaries between themselves and the patients and clients that are coming in. I think that's probably just, there's a history of issues. So I would think that's why we're just putting boundaries up. But anyway, let's do a sprint. And like I said, let me know what you're going to do. And I got to do some laundry as well. So I'm going to throw in some laundry, get some knitting done, get some interwebby stuffs done. Someone I know died this morning, so I need to kind of wrap my head around that and get ready, because I'm going to see a bunch of people tonight to see what we're going to do moving forward, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got all kinds of crazy stories coming up for me today. So we'll chat about that later on, and we will see you in an hour and 12 minutes. Okay? Happy sprinting. right, how did we do? Pause our music for a minute. Actually, I'm going to change up the music for the next one, the next sprinty bit. I had a little bite to eat, a little snack, and got a tiny bit of knitting in. Did a bunch of interwebby things, like I'm on Facebook sharing my blog and my videos and things like that into groups. Plus, I also share a little bit in the Discord, a little self-promotion, right? And got some laundry going, got my list of, I've got to call a bunch of veterans and make sure that they're aware of a service that's coming up. And on the last little sprint, had a couple interesting conversations that people are quite fascinating. So one of them, somebody died this morning, someone that I know. And so the guys were just letting me know what's going on and trying to figure out what's going to happen next. So there's that. She was old. She was an old woman, and her health was really declining quickly. She'd been in and out of the hospital so much in the last year. So as much as it's sad and a little bit of a shock, because I was actually looking forward to seeing her next weekend. So a little bit of a shock that to get that news today. So they're thinking the service will be this weekend. I won't be here, so nothing I can do. I've already let them know that I won't be here, and I can't leave to just dip in for an hour and do anything. So we'll see what happens there. And then the other conversation was a man in the Legion who's a veteran got in touch with me last week, and he said that a relative of his died and his body was being brought back to Canada for disposition, is what we call it in the industry, for burial. And had asked if my son was available to pipe. And so I said, well, it all depends on the day or like what's going on. So he says, okay, let me find out. So he comes back and he says the service is going to be on the 15th. And I said, okay, I'll check with my son. I said, in the meantime, I am going to have to speak to the next of kin about the time, the location, what they want, the cost. Right? That's usually where the conversation ends, when people realize, oh, you have to pay for when you hire someone? Yeah. So I said, I still need to speak to the family just to, sort out all the little details. A comparable situation is one that my son had earlier this year. A young woman in our community was found dead. And I know one of her cousins. And so this cousin got in touch with me, and he said, my uncle is asking for a piper to play Amazing Grace at the end of the service. And I'm hoping, like, I've told him I'll take care of it. And I'm trying to get your son to come do it. The family is participating. The uncle has requested this. The girl's father requested it. And now this guy's like, okay, I'll take care of that for you. Right? So he hired my son, paid him, and got him there. His uncle was very, very grateful that my son was able to do it, and that his nephew was able to just take care of everything without his uncle having to answer a million questions, right? So that all worked out. So it's the same kind of thing. But when I was dealing with that, I was talking to the guy that I know who was booking my son. I was like getting information from him. I also coordinated with the funeral director, because it was in a funeral home, and we need to know the layout. We need to know what's going on, how long the service is going to be, yada, yada, yada. What door we're going out, so that in the moment we know what's happening. Do you see what I mean? And so that's why I said to this man, that was asking for a piper for next weekend, I need to speak to the family. And he came back and he said, I'm not asking for the family. I'm asking as a veteran. I'll find someone else. And I was like, what a strange response. What a strange response to that it's like, were you just hiring a piper just to play for you? Like you can't just bring a piper to a funeral without the family knowing. Do you know what I mean? So I was like, what is going on here? Like, what an odd conversation and this all happened like in the last hour kind of thing. And I was like, what is going on here? Anyway, so we're going to go back to our chat. Ren is saying, we were talking about the people at the clinic that Anne went to at the hospital today for blood work, saying that they wouldn't even say hello to her. And she said, so Ren's saying that's really rude. Usually the people who work at our labs at least smile and say hi, right? Like, yeah. But I'm going to bet that people in these clinics are just sick of people right now at this point. So, and I'm going to bet there's a lot of violence in their workplace on like the patients, the clients. I'm going to bet there's some violence towards the people that work there. And that's probably why they have pretty strong boundaries about it. Ren is saying, and then if you have a bunch of blood work, they try to find a day or days that are convenient for you and not too much strain on your body. Well, that's nice of them to do that. And Anne saying, I'm thankful my mom died before the rudeness swept the country. But I think there's always been rude people. It's not, and I don't think it's a across the country thing, really. It's just specific places, specific industries, perhaps. Nikki Sims is here. Hello, saying hello. Currently listening to 1984 by George Orwell, 57%. Oh, you're making good progress. Because I saw you yesterday, you were reading that too. So you're doing well with that. And gosh, I think I was in high school when I read that. I think it was maybe in grade 10. It was a long time ago, like 40 years ago. 40 years ago. And I was saying hello to Nikki Sims, and Heather came in. Hello. And Heather is currently trying to check some things off my extensive to-do list. Does the to-do list ever get finished? Do we ever really truly get to the end of it? Or do we just move some of today's stuff to tomorrow and then be like, all right, well, that can be a tomorrow problem? Because that's what I did. I was like, there's a couple things I don't feel like doing today. So decided they will be another day's problem. And Heather's saying, but I also need to eat something, going to step away from my desk for a bit and heat up some leftover homemade chicken noodle soup. Yum. And did you make it with like long noodles, or did you use like a different kind of pasta? Because I seem to remember when I was young, we used to use egg noodles in soup and things like that. So yum, yum, yum. And Kelsey is saying to Heather, homemade chicken noodle soup could fix all of my problems right now. Sounds amazing. Jealous. Oh no. What's going on? Kelsey, are you okay? Are you okay? I hope so. And I was saying hi to Heather, and Ren is saying I have 8 minutes left in Written on Ice. We need to know, is the mystery solved at the end? So we need to see you through to the end of this story today to find out, is it one mystery per book, or is it going to be is there a cliffhanger? And Nikki is saying I got to 60% in 1984. It's okay, not really one of my favorites, but important to read since it's a classic, and probably things that we should know right now in our history. Like I'm watching 1984 play out in my own country right now. So yeah, good times. Good times. Kelly got showered and read to page 192 and 6 of Crows. 36 pages left, then on to proofreading my author's manuscript. Well, that sounds like a very productive afternoon. Absolutely. I think I have 6 of Crows on my TBR, but I just couldn't get to it. And I think it was kind of not on my main TBR, but more on my maybe someday TBR, because I feel like when I read the description, it was like, okay, this is not my usual style. And I decided to put it on the maybe someday TBR. Ren is saying, thinking it will be a 4-star for me. This is Written on Ice. The main mystery was solved, but a new layer of it was revealed. So that's going to be the main mystery for book 2. Yay! So at least this one will be satisfactory. I love that. So it's going to have a thread going through it, connecting the whole thing. That's nice. I like that. That's very clever. And it won't have a big cliffhanger, hopefully. Yeah, because if the other one doesn't come out for a few months, we don't want to be on the edge of our seat that long. Kelsey's saying, good sprint for me. A storm hit, cozy vibes now. Nice. A good dark gloomy day and a storm, a little thunder. Oof, chef's kiss. And Nikki saying hello to Kelly and to Ren. Alicia ate lunch, had some chocolate chip cookies, and put up 3 fairy doors in the library and picked my first book of my TBR, Bridesmaid for Hire by Megan Quinn. That is actually a real thing, by the way. I think it was I can't remember where this girl was. Somewhere in North America, and her business was Bridesmaid for Hire. And so it was for her clientele were women who didn't have like a best friend or didn't have friends that, or sisters, or, women in their life that they felt would really do a good job being a bridesmaid. Because a lot of people, like, it's not just, you're not just there for the glory, right? Like, it's work. I'm a minister. I've been to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of weddings. Being a bridesmaid is work. And it's not all work, but it is work. And on the day, especially, you have to be on top of everything and be the uber best friend to your friend. And not every woman has that. And so this girl, she hires herself out as a bridesmaid for hire. And she makes a killing. She's beautiful. She's got a great personality. She'll wear whatever you tell her to wear. She'll dance with your creepy uncle. She'll make sure you've got everything that you need. Like, she will be the uber best friend. And then you'll never see her again. And no one will ever see her again. And I thought, what a great business idea. Like that, to have that, because it's kind of like you can hire a wedding coordinator, a wedding planner. You can hire people to be your support team. But they usually kind of have like their whole job to look at, whereas the bridesmaid for hire, she's just concerned about you. And that's it, like your personal assistant for the day. So anyway, I thought that was kind of neat. And so this one is by Megan Quinn. It is 443 pages, so it's not a tiny book. It's got a 3.86 rating on Goodreads. And the description is, after years of working her tail off at her event planning business, Maggie Mitchell is ready for a vacation. With nothing on her mind but R&R, she's enjoying the warm weather of Bora Bora when in saunters Brody McFadden, her brother's best friend and also her sworn enemy. Thanks to years of tension between the two, kicked off by a makeout session at her brother's wedding that ended horribly, Maggie has sworn to stay away from the man. That is, until she finds out he's in Bora Bora for his boss's daughter's wedding, hoping to use the trip to win a real future at the company. Maggie promised herself she wouldn't even think of work on the island, but as word spreads about the wedding of the century taking place in the midst of her vacation, she realizes offering her services as a bridesmaid and planner could bring her business to the next level. The only catch, she needs to pose as Brody's girlfriend to get the job while letting him stay in her peaceful bungalow. Tensions rise, irritation flares, and despite years' worth of bickering behind closed doors, Maggie can't quite squash the sparks building between her and her new fake boyfriend, especially when she learns the real reason their first kiss was cut short. But as the wedding day draws closer and everything starts to go wrong, it just might be Brody who sends Maggie's business crashing down and her heart along with it. Oh, well, that sounds kind of interesting. Definitely interesting. And a great business model if you want to be a bridesmaid for hire. And Ren is saying hi to Ali, and Nikki saying hi to Alicia and anyone she missed. And all the hellos. And Ren is saying finished, written on ice, and it is indeed a 4-star. Nice. I love that. And Kelsey saying, oh yeah, I'm doing all right. My dog has been having health problems, so we'll have to have a huge surgery soon. The bill is going to be crazy. Oh, yeah, that's sad. But I hope your dog is going to be okay. And yeah, you might want to look into pet insurance, because that will cover some of the costs as well. It would be worth having a sniff around and look and see what you can find out. Ren saying probably we'll have dinner next sprint, maybe watch some YouTube and then start listening to One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This by Omar El Akkad. One day everyone, hang on, hold on. I'll look it up and we'll chat about it on the next chatty bit. Will have been, okay, there it is. All right, we've got it lined up there. And Kelsey saying, oh, I've been interested in that one, Ren. And Ren saying, same Kelsey, I've heard such great things about it. And I think Anne read it and really loved it. I saw it in my library's audio section this morning, and it's actually shorter than I expected, 5 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, that's nice. I got the audio for the Calamity Club. It's good. 28 hours. I was like, what? I hope the narrator got paid well. 28 hours. So I decided that what I'm going to do is, once September comes, I have my life back. I have my normal routine, my schedule. I don't really have to be running around different places. And I can get back to walking for an hour every day. So I'm going to listen to it in September, an hour every morning while I'm out walking my dog. And that's how I'm going to tackle this 28-hour, 4 weeks. 4 weeks at an hour a day. It's going to take to get through this story. Like, I just listened to one that was 11 hours and I thought that was long. So yeah, I guess we'll see how that one goes. Absolutely. Okay, we're at the bottom of the chat there. I watched a really wild Netflix show called Toxic Love Story. Have any of you seen that? It's it's the craziest story I think I've ever heard. It took all the crazy story and then added a whole other level of crazy stories. So it's a guy and he meets this woman, falls in love, they get married, she gets pregnant, happily ever after. He has an ex that he says is crazy and is like harassing them and stalking them, yada, yada, yada. And so this guy's wife ends up getting like emails threatening her. And she calls the police one night because someone attacked her, like physically, violently attacked her. And all this story goes on. And so the police somehow determine that it's this guy's ex who's doing this and has made like Craigslist posts saying, like pretending to be the wife, posting that she has a grape fantasy and needs a guy to help her, and men are applying to this and showing up. That, yeah. And so that the ex-girlfriend is arrested and held in jail, and the craziness just gets crazier from there. And I'm not going to tell you what happened from there, but just watch it. Tell me, because I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's thinking, oh, I might like to watch this now. Because it just, when you think it's crazy enough, it gets crazier. It's called Toxic Love Story. And yeah, I should have seen it coming. I should have seen, like, when I was about 2/3 of the way through, I was like, oh my goodness, what you think is not even close. And it was just wild. It was wild. And then there's more to the story, because some of the people involved did like talk shows and podcasts and things like that, talking about the rest of the story. And it's wild, 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 wild. But yeah, if you date somebody, it's really good to kind of look into their background and get to know them without them telling you things. Do you know what I mean? Like to chat with people who know them and see what's what. Because this whole story, the history of all of these people, it was like this huge collision of craziness. That because you think there needed to be pretty specific circumstances for what happened to actually happen. And I know I'm being vague, but I just don't want to spoil it. So if you've seen it and you want to chat about it, message me on Discord and we'll chat about it. Kelsey saying, yes, Pearl, I go on long daily walks too, and you've inspired me to try to get into audiobooks. Well, I was trying to really improve my listening skills. And it's not like I don't listen, it's that I can really so easily just tune out everything, and particularly people talking. And it's a survival skill, but it's sort of become baseline for me. So listening to audiobooks, I was working on training my brain to listen and to focus on listening to another person's voice, because I've tried audiobooks in the past and I can just tune them out too. And I realized I've walked 14 blocks and not heard a word of what I was listening to. So I was like committed to focusing on it. So I listened to my husband's wife earlier this year in the summer. And that story is bonkers. That story is like layer after layer after layer. I actually asked ChatGPT to tell me all of the tropes, plot devices, everything about this book. And the list just went on and on and on. There were 30 plot devices, I think it came up with, like things like unreliable narrator and stuff like that. And but it was so well narrated that I was able to actually focus on it, which was super helpful. And Ren saying, I never knew the Calamity Club was so long. Yeah, me neither. And when I saw it, I was like, 28 hours. Holy heckin', yeah, that is. It is. Toxic Love Story is the name of the show on Netflix. And it's American. It's an American couple. Heather's saying, all right, I heated up and ate my soup and also ate a bit of wow bread with olive oil and garlic blend. What's wow bread? What's wow bread? Is that like gluten-free bread? Heather's saying, plus I researched turning on the Nightbot for streaming and walked with my husband for about 10 minutes while he was on his lunch break. Do you do, do you create content? Do you have a channel that you do this? Hang on. Let me see if I can find you here. I read saying added it to my list on Netflix. Yeah. Okay, when you watch it, let's talk about it. Because it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because you think one of them is crazy and then you find out it's all of them. So, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh, there you are. I found you, Heather. Oh, you do. Oh, you've got all. Why are we not subscribed to you? Hold on. I'm going to pop your link in. All right, everybody. There we go. And you do sprints. Nice. All right. Well, I just subscribed, so I'll be able to catch you. And the Nightbot is super easy. How I did mine is I did timers. So I put all of my little things that it does, I put under timers, I believe it's called. Yes. And then set them all like 5 minutes apart. Rather than commands, I just did timers. So it does it all automatically. So when you're setting yours up, that's if you do it as commands, you'll actually have to manually do them yourself in your chat. But if you do timers, then you get what I've got here, which is like just drops my Substack and my my blog, my Facebook, and yada yada yada. So that's just a little helpful hint there. And let's see, 226. Oh, see, the bot just did it now. So the way I said it is I just did put in the text and the links, and it just drops it every 5 minutes. It's supposed to, but you can see it gets confused. It's a bot after all. And so there we've dropped Heather's link there, so you can go give her some love. She's got 661 subs. Nice. Oh, well, 663 now. You just gained a couple. Perfect. Good job, everyone. All right, let's dive into another sprint. I think we're just going to hold off on bingo until September because I'm just kind of overwhelmed with life right now. And I'm struggling to complete all of my tasks. So once we kind of get back into regular life again, we'll bring bingo back, and then we're going to do some evening stuff. There's going to be all kinds of stuff coming. Lots of stuff coming. But in the meantime, let's do an hour sprint. I should, hang on, we'll edit this. There we go. EST for anybody who's, oopsie. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. There we go. I did it. I was clicking all the wrong things. I was getting confused. All right, everybody. Let me know what you're going to work on. I'm going to finish off all my little tasks for the day. I have to turn my laundry over. I'm going to do some more knitting. And I have a meeting tonight, so I just need to make sure I'm prepared for that. It's at the Legion. And as I said, one of our members has died this morning, so there's going to be a whole lot of stuff about that as well. So it'll be a busy one. Okay, happy sprinting, and we will see you in an hour. right, how did we do? I got the thing done that I was determined to get done, which was reach out to all of the veterans connected to the branch. And so I called all the ones that I had phone numbers for. And then I actually added them to my mailing list. And that way I can just email them. So that was a big thing. Well, no, it was a 10-minute job that I put off for months. So I felt like a big thing, but it was not. It was not at all. It was, it didn't take me very long. But my issue is it's hard to get people to answer the phone. And I get that in this day and age. Actually, the very first man that I called, when I got his voicemail, it said, I don't answer the phone because there's just so many scammers and spammers calling that, like, leave a message and I'll call you back. And I thought that was brilliant because, yeah, like, I don't answer the phone. People are like, give me your phone number. I'm like, no, I'm not going to answer. So there's no point. So I kind of get where he's coming from. At the same time, I'm like, I can't be calling you over and over and over. And I do actually block my phone number on my house phone, my landline, because nobody answers this phone. So I don't want people calling back, because people will do that. They think they're so clever and they'll call back the phone number back, but no one answers. And then they get angry that they're not reaching me. And it's like, yeah, that's why I didn't give you my phone number. So there we go. There we go. All right, let's see what was going on in the chat. Nikki was saying she's going to listen to more of 1984. Hopefully that went well. Yes, there's a bagpipe lesson going on in my house right now, in case you hear that. This is a lament called Lament for the Old Sword. It's a pibroch. It's a 10.5-minute piece of music. My son's trying to get down to under 9 minutes. So there we go. Alicia's saying, this sprint, I will work on the library, film some clips for a TBR video, and start labeling school supplies. Nice. I was there. I was listening to your conversation this morning about the school supplies. And we don't, like where I live, we don't have that that thing where you have to buy for the whole class. Like you just buy for your own kid. And when you go to Walmart, into the school supply section, they'll often have like a rack that has lists for each grade of like what you might need based on our local school board. And you don't have to buy any of it. You can buy some of it. You can, you know what I mean? Like it's just recommendations of here's what your kid might need this year. And then you can shop according to the list, which is very helpful. But I know like in America, they have this thing where you have to buy like everything for everyone in the class. And I've been seeing a lot of videos of moms saying, no, not doing it. Not doing it. I'll buy for my child, but I should not have to be responsible for all the children, because we know that there's going to be parents who are going to buy nothing just to buy nothing. And there's going to be parents who will supply the classroom for the whole year. I personally, because I've never experienced that, I find it a little odd, you know, that to have to buy for everybody. So Alicia's labeling the school supplies, which I would too. I made sure that all of my son's stuff had his name on it, was in his favorite colors, so that he could say, no, it's red, that's mine. And we never, he never had to share with anyone. And the teachers here like have the same constraints. Like back when I was a child in the 70s, I was on the tail end of all the stuff that was put in place for boomers. So I'm a Gen X, I'm the child of a boomer. And when I was born, the luxuries that the governments provided to boomers still existed. So the early Earlier Gen Xers actually got to experience them. By the time we get to the end of the Gen X generation, all that stuff was disappearing. The ladder was getting pulled up, you know? So when I was in school, you showed up with nothing unless you wanted a fancy pencil case or something for yourself. But we would get all of our notebooks, all of our pens, pencils, pencil crayons, marker, everything would be provided. So our parents never had to buy anything. And I think it was like when we got to junior high school, we had to buy our own binders and paper and pens and stuff. But for elementary school, we didn't. But that's changed across Turtle Island, you know, across the whole continent. Red Pill saying hi and nice music. Thank you. That's my music channel we've got going on here. And I had popped in to say, don't forget to share your pics in the chit chat department of my Discord for show and tell that we'll do later on. We're here for about another 90 minutes or so. So we'll, before we leave, we'll do some show and tell. And Nikki got to 65% in 1984. Nice. And Red Pill saying hi again. Kelsey listened to a podcast on the Tylenol murders during the last sprint and got lots of cleaning done. Yay. Did you watch the Netflix documentary? That was a whole something. That was absolutely a whole something. And the guy, could there have been a creepier looking person? And I hate to be someone who's like, focusing on someone's looks, but it was extreme. And I was like, yeah, I'd be scared of this person. Red Pill saying, I have a migraine today. Maybe try a little salt and caffeine. That might help if you don't want to take medicine for it. Alicia saying, yeah, it's a lot for their school supplies. That's why I labeled everything, because I can only afford supplies for my child, right? Now, I'm like, I understand that there's kids like when my son was little, there was a child whose parents did not really have a lot of money to feed their child. And, the food banks can only do so much. So I would send him with a little extra sometimes and be like, just if your friend's looking hungry, just, give him half a sandwich or something, right? But yeah, I can't provide for everybody. Like nobody should be expected to. And if people really, 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 truly are vetted and cannot afford to buy these school supplies for their own children, there are agencies out there who do this. They fill the backpacks and hand them over to the kid. So yeah, it shouldn't be on the other parents to provide this sort of thing for classrooms. Like that's my take. Of course, it's a personal decision whether you decide to help someone or not. But at the same time, I'm like, it's some pencils and paper. Alicia saying, yes, it's a lot. And I found that their school is big on fundraisers and everything. I have to pick and choose what we can do, unfortunately. Yeah. And I've noticed that like the fundraisers are never, okay. Like I've got enough chocolate almonds. I don't need wrapping paper. I just don't want stuff just for the sake of stuff. My son's school, the one he just graduated from, his high school, one of their fundraisers was the ecology department and the kids who study like plants and gardening and stuff. My son actually took one of their courses. They do a plant sale every spring. So you can buy pines and cedars and things like that. So every year we get a bunch of them and then we put them around our property. That to me is a valuable fundraiser. But if I was an elementary school student in charge of fundraising, you better believe it's going to be at night. It's going to be something that involves a liquor license, maybe a silent auction for wine or something. That's going to sell out and you're going to have your money raised within 2 hours and then you can get on with your life. I can't do the chocolate almond thing anymore. I'm so done. I'm so over it. And Alicia's saying, I will show and tell the fairy doors. Yay. And Kelsey saying, yes, I did. That was such a good documentary. The dude's story was wild, right? That just the whole thing was absolutely bonkers in that story. And still, like, I just felt like at the end we still did not know what really happened. That was crazy. That was crazy. It kind of blew me away in the same way that like the Bob Ross documentary did, where I was like, oh, I had no idea. Like, yeah, because I think I was only maybe about 20 when the Tylenol murders happened. And because I remember it very, very, very clearly, but I was 20. I didn't watch the news or anything. You just kind of hear about these things. So, it was on the front page of the paper, and that was the extent of my knowledge. So to see the documentary, excuse me, it was very, very interesting and very wild. And I don't think, there'll never be an answer, really. Craziness. Crazy. All right. Nothing crazy happened on the last sprint. No weird conversations that leave me thinking, holy heckin', what is going on? All right, let me look at my Discord. All right, we've got a bunch of, Nikki, if you're still here, I'm going to share the photos that you sent the other day, the one of you and of, we're going to share the one of you because it's a gorgeous photo, if that's okay with you. And then Nikki's just popped something else in. Okay, perfect. All right, there's a few. Please if you want to be in show and tell, please send your pictures by 4:30. So within the next 45 minutes, so that I can get them converted, and because they're WebPs and I need JPEGs here. So I got to convert them all. So anything that's late, we'll just save for next week. Alicia's saying we're supposed to find out our teachers for today. I have my daughter's and my son's teacher has not been listed yet. Weird. Oh, maybe they're having a staffing shuffle in the school today. Because I've had that happen where it sort of starts out, it's going to be one teacher, and then on the day you find out that's a whole different teacher. Because you just never know. Sometimes there was one teacher that my son had who got pregnant in the middle of the school year and had to miss a whole bunch of school. And then had her baby in the summer. So there's all kinds of things, all kinds of reasons why we're supposed to meet the teachers on Thursday. And now, Alicia, I want to know what your expectations are of the classroom. Because I saw a video of a mom and she was like sobbing because the teacher hadn't done this extravaganza classroom of overstimulation with all the crazy decor. And this woman saying, like, there was nothing, like, where's the decorations? Where's the joy? Where's the love? And then she said, my kid didn't notice. And I'm like, yeah, so that it doesn't matter. Maybe your kid's just there for an education. And then I was trying to explain this to my husband, and I'm like, and I was showing him photographs of classrooms, and he was like, this is what parents expect. And I was like, some, I guess. But I was thinking when we went to school, like our Christmas decorations we made, like we did like the garland, like like we took the paper strips and then staple them all together and then make a garland for the ceiling. And then we got really good at chalkboard Christmas trees and things like that. Like we didn't expect our teachers to be, spending $1,000 on Christmas decor for the classroom. Like we made it ourselves. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at as a parent, where I didn't care whether or not my kid's classroom was decorated. I wanted it to have books and school supplies and, you know what I mean? The tools that the teacher would use to teach and educate. That was my thing. Alicia's saying I'm pretty laid back with the teacher expectations as long as they're there. I'm assuming you mean there to teach my child and he learns something. Yeah. Like if they know the difference between there, and there, miles ahead. my husband had to go to the school and explain to a fourth grade teacher the difference between area and perimeter, because she apparently did not know. And I was like, perhaps this isn't something you should be teaching then. Like, that's where I'm like, less decorations, more teaching. Tangible Reads is here. Hello. And Kelsey's saying, oh my God, the nostalgia of the handmade Christmas decorations in the classroom, right? The snowflakes made from our own like workbook paper that we put up on the windows. And yeah, I remember we did a school play when I was in grade 5, and it featured a dragon. And our teacher, Ms. Sawitsky, she was like who we all, the girls all aspired to grow up to be, was Ms. Sawitsky. And she made a dragon costume out of green construction paper and stapled it together. And that's what the boy who played the dragon wore. And it looked great. But it was like, it didn't require $1,000 dragon costume. You just got to make it up, right? And that's like imagination, which it seems to be missing from a lot of scenarios these days. Alicia's saying, my kids go to a magnet school and they've been there since kindergarten. What's a magnet school? In the U.S. education system, magnet schools are public schools with specialized courses. Normally, a student will attend an elementary school, and this also determines the middle school and high school they'll attend until they move. What is there a magnet school? A magnet school is defined as an elementary, middle, or high school that offers to all students enrolled in that particular school a special curriculum capable of attracting substantial numbers of students of different social, economic, ethnic, and racial backgrounds. But how does that different than any other smaller classes? Limit the number of students in order to promote a higher quality education and stronger student-teacher relationships. Interesting. When I was reading Malcolm Gladwell's book, I think it might have been Outliers. I can't remember which book was his, and it said 22 was the magic number for a classroom. That's the number where children will be challenged, but they'll also have peers. And 22 is a very interesting number. I don't know what that means. We're just going to skip it. We're all having crazy brain today. Alicia's saying, I do promise I know the difference when my brain is all over. I think it's that they focus on, maybe you don't have to be like in the district. Can you go to a magnet school if you're not in that district? And the smaller class sizes, I think. So for me growing up, and for my son growing up, like he just went to the elementary school in town. And all the richest kids and all the poorest kids and everyone in between were there. The exception being some of the rich families would put their kids into the big private school that looks like Hogwarts. We always call it Hogwarts. Because I'll see if I can get a picture of it at some point and show you that we have this school in town, and the kids from all over the world go there. So, but for the most part, the elementaries or the public schools, it's just everybody goes. My son was supposed to go to the high school in our town. He did not, because they did not offer 2 programs that he needed. One was French immersion and one was international baccalaureate. So he actually got bused to another town, to the high school that has those programs. It's a much better high school. It's 5 times the size. There's 1,500 students when he went to school. And that was comparable to my experience in high school. So I wanted that for him. And that's where he's met like his best friends and everything else. So he did well. Alicia's saying, my kids made snow globes last year, I think, for Christmas. It was awesome. Like with the jam jars, and you like turn them upside down, like, and you glue the little bit, right? Like this is how school should be. Tangible Reads is saying, I love creative educators. Yeah. got to use that imagination. And Nikki's saying hi to Tangible Reads. Alicia's saying it has different curriculums, smaller classes, and they have specials like strings and Spanish. Ooh, like second language is not as standard in American schools. Here, everybody gets French. Like you have to take a certain number of years of French. And because my son did French immersion, so he was in French his whole schooling, and he wrote this really big exam. It took an entire whole day, and it's called DELF. It's a DELF exam, and he is now a certified French speaker. In fact, this weekend we were kind of near the border of Ontario and Quebec, and a lot of people in Quebec only speak French. And so there was a chip truck, like a French fry truck there, and they spoke French. And so my son he did the whole transaction in French and came back with fries. So I guess he can speak French. En français is des frites. So not that hard. And Alicia's saying, yeah, they have no more than 22 students. See, the magic number is 22. It's the inverted U, that it's like you start at the bottom, and it's like, the more students you have, the better, and more and more and more. And you peak at 22, and then you start adding more, and the prosperity goes down. So it's a fascinating, 22 is a really interesting, 22 is a great number across the board. Like they say, it's the ideal age as well for like fertility and all that stuff. Yeah, it's interesting how many times we see the number 22 in things. Sorry, pattern recognition. Okay, it's my crazy brain. Alicia's saying we have assigned schools, but we also have choices. Like we can choose to take them to a different school. So you could go from one magnet school to another magnet school. And if you're like, oh, I'd rather they go to school in this town, I think that would be kind of neat. There's the link for my Discord. Feel free to hop in. And my Substack, all my summer blogs are there, up to date right now. There's probably 10 there at the moment. It is free. And the blogs on there right now, there's like reading lists, there's entertaining, knitting, like basically cozy life, but for summer. And then we're going to switch gears in September and sort of ease into the whole autumn thing. And of course, spooky season and the holidays and everything else. So that's what is going on over there. Like I said, it's free. So feel free to check it out and have a little read and leave a comment and let me know what you think. All right, let's go into another sprint. We'll go till 4:30. And this time I will actually remember to put the little banner up showing that, because I forgot last time. There we go. All right. And then what I'm going to do while we're sprinting, I'm going to grab all your pictures from the Discord for show and tell later. And then I think I'm going to maybe just chillax with the video and my knitting, because I just need, I got a headache. I've had a headache for a few days, so my brain's a little tired. Okay. Happy sprinting. I'll pop our music back on. In 35 minutes. All right. How did we do? I got our pictures converted, got another little bit of knitting in, and I was just listening to a video, which was quite interesting. So we're on the home stretch here now. Nikki's saying that she got to 68% of 1984 and is off to the store. Oh, now I want to know what you're going to buy. It's interesting because if I say I'm going to the store, I'm going to buy like chips or something. So now I want to know what you're off to shop for. Ren watched a couple YouTube videos. Yeah, it's good to just take a little break and veg out a little bit. You know, sometimes you just need it. Rest is just as productive as working. So, yeah. So we've got some pictures in our Discord. And let me just, hold on. Let me get rid of this. And then we'll add, and here's our beautiful red pill art. This is Nikki. How gorgeous is that forest she's in? That's the greenest forest I think I've ever seen. Holy smokes, beautiful. And she sent a picture of the prettiest strawberries. Oh my gosh. And now I'm thinking that she may have come across a farmer's stand while she was out adventuring today. And Alicia sent some pictures of her fairy doors, which are cute because I've been hearing about these fairy doors for a while now. And I was trying to imagine what they look like because I have a fairy door, but it's like 3-dimensional. It's wooden. And so I wasn't sure if that's the same thing, but these look like there's some kind of decals or something. They look really neat. There's another picture there on the new bookshelves and cabinets and everything. But they look so pretty. I love that they're all different. Like you've got like sort of the green, you know, like kind of tree of life, Celtic knot looking. And then you've got what looks like the Japanese cherry blossoms. This one, I'm not sure what the flowers are, but it looks like a princess castle kind of thing. So yeah, I thought those were really cool. And this weekend is the anniversary of the day that I got my dog. So I think I got him on the 2nd of August. He was a rescue. He was brought up from Texas on a truck and handed to me. And this was the picture. This was his dating profile picture. Yeah, poor little thing. Poor little thing. I've noticed, looking at this picture, he was about a year old and now he's about 8 years old. So he had come from Texas. So he's an American refugee is what we were calling him when we first got him. So yeah, and that's, I don't know if I've got a recent picture on this laptop, but he was, he's been traveling with us all summer. And, oh, did I just freeze? Man, we were doing so well. Did I just, okay, I think I'm back. Holy smokes. There we go. All right. This was it was last night. Kelly was having some struggles with oh, here's a picture. This is when he was on the truck. They sent this picture from on the road so I could see that he was on the truck. He was in a cage. He was on his way to me. So that was and that was a pretty wild weekend. My son was only 10 and I had to go on Friday morning out to the west end of Toronto, get him, and it took forever to get home because it was long weekend traffic. The first weekend of August is the holiday weekend here. It's like yesterday was a holiday, and it's not like a like a real holiday. It's just like a day off. It's like a stat holiday. Because we have one every month. Like if we don't have like a holiday like Thanksgiving or Easter or something, they throw in a stat holiday each month. And so I had to drive this poor little dog. He was all drugged up because he had been neutered that morning, and he crossed the border at like midnight and arrived at the vet clinic at like 3 or 4 in the morning. So it was a long day for him. And then I got him in my car and then sat on the highway for hours trying to get him home. So yeah, fortunately he was all drugged up, so he just slept the whole time. But yeah, that was his little dating profile and his picture of his adventure getting here. And then he settled in quite nicely. You can see that's this. Oh, you can't see it here. Like this chair is like right behind me, and he's the king of the castle. So there we go. And Alicia's saying, "Cute puppy, thank you. He is the cutest little thing. Such a sweet dog, and loyal, and just the loveliest little thing, and quiet. So when he does bark, it's like everyone's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Alicia's saying, "I worked on moving things in the library. Nice." And that they are stickers and they're going on the doors that will hide the wall outlets. Good idea. Good idea. I didn't make it any further with my, because I remember I had printed pictures to put into the frames to put on the outlets. Haven't done much with that since last week. So we'll get there. We will get there. And yeah, that's about it. That's been a pretty full day. I've got my stuff ready to go to my meeting tonight, which is in, I think it's at 7. I should check. I should check because I don't actually know. 7 p.m. All right, I've got an email here. 7 p.m. So I've got a couple hours before I really need to do anything, but I think I might go run some errands while I have some time. And my husband and son will go in another direction because they've got band. And that's where I'm at right now. So that's been a full day. And everybody's very quiet, and that's okay. And that is totally fine. Things will pick up. Once the summer is done and everybody gets back to normal life, then it'll be much busier everywhere we go on the YouTubies. Alicia's saying, "I diamond painted the fairies and matched them with their doors yesterday, so I just need frames for them, and they will sit behind the doors unless the outlets are being used." So cute. I love that idea. That was such a, I saw your diamond painting fairies last time or a couple weeks ago. I can't remember. Of course, thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who hung out with me today. It's been a lot of fun. We got a lot done. I think this was just super duper in the productive department. And next week will be a little bit more relaxed because I'm not traveling next weekend, just this weekend coming. So then I get a weekend off and from running around. So it'll be a little bit more relaxed. We can have a little bit more fun and do some more fun stuff. Maybe we'll do a little bingo next week, but then we'll bring it back full force in September so that we can all be here and have a good time. I'm going to log off and say bye-bye. And I wish you all a very good night. And I thank you all for hanging out with me. Don't forget to join the Discord, check out the Substack. You can also find me on Facebook. And check out my other videos. I've got lots of stuff. Plus, there's my music channel, Plot Twist Playlists. And that I'm actually working on getting a whole bunch of videos up there for autumn. Some Halloween, some autumn sounds, all sorts of things. So that's what's going on there. And feel free to use my music channel for your sprints or anything that you want. I won't, if I know you, I won't copyright strike you. I'll freely let you use it. Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope you have an amazing week. I will be in Kelly's chat tomorrow morning with Kelly and Alicia. I went for their show in the morning, Cursed Dragon Ship, and then I will probably have another busy day running around. And we'll see you somewhere on the interwebbies. Have a great day. Thanks, everyone. Bye.